Hello, everybody. All right. Hello, Pusha. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me get my model booted up. Okay. Okay. Hello, Jesus. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Got some announcements. As we get people coming in, let people know that I'm live. Alrighty, how was everybody's week? Mine was chaotic. My week was quite chaotic. Hello, Noel Main. Good to see you. Good to see you. Alrighty. You got a job interview. Nice. I'm proud of you, Jesus. Hello, Silva. Hello, Silva. Hey, Pusha. Yes, we are so back. That we are. That we are. Okay. Oh, you got to stream more Perfect Draw? How'd that go? How did that go, Jesus? That reminds me, I need to subscribe to you. How do I find you? Hello, Naberu. I wish I could just like click on you and like have it take me to your. Why does it not have a way for me to click on your name and go to your YouTube channel? 3 players dipped out like an hour before the session, but the rest did a stream reviewing the pre-made cards and offering ideas on how to improve on them. Cool. How many players did you have? Because like that's one of the things that like got me was it suggested to have no more than 3 to 4 players with one GM or judge that they call them. So if you had, oh, you don't stream on YouTube. Okay, where do you stream? Do you stream on Twitch? Okay, so three weren't there, so you had 2 people going over it with you. Okay. Is your Twitch the same name? On your friend's YouTube to help them get viewers. Oh, okay. Cool. All right, let me go to the actual just chatting screen. Come on. There we go. All right. Okay, so we've got a decent amount of people here, which is good. It's good. Let's go over some things. VST, hold on, let me look that up. I know, right, Nabiru? Let me look that up. VST Tabi. Let me find that. Cool. Looks like you got quite a few views on that. That's awesome. I see that. I see the stream. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Cool. All right. Let me. All right. Once the ad ends for Twitch, which will be in a little over a minute, I'm gonna do announcements. I'm sure most of you know most of what I'm gonna say. But I just want to get it out there as much as I can. Yeah, it does look like really cool content. Yeah, if you don't upload constantly, the algorithm isn't nice, which is kind of sad because, like, as I'll get into more details in a second, but like the algorithm has been showing me some love recently. And showing my content to more people. And I'm really worried that's going to be coming to an end really soon. But I'll get into all the details in a second. Not that my channel's coming to an end, the algorithm giving me some love will. Alright. Ad should be over. Everybody should be back. Let's cut the music for a second. Yeah, it's a whole thing, Nabiru. Alright. I'm gonna cut the music for a second. Just so we can get kinda serious, talking a little bit about the stuff that's going on in my life. So I can't go into all the details, because it is involving people other than me. But some stuff happened, and it will not be like, I don't know if safe is the right word, but it won't be okay for me to be at my place of living right now next week. So yeah, that's a thing. And I can't go into all the details, but there was a whole thing where I asked a lot of people for help. I asked on Twitter and on Blue Sky and through some people through my online community. I asked for help for people to help me out so I could get a room through Airbnb. Um, and I was very fortunate that I was able to get a room for the week, and hopefully everything is functional and good to go once the week is over, and then stuff goes back to kind of normal. That is the hope. And we will see how it goes. We're playing it by ear. I want to say thank you to everyone who donated, who helped make things possible. All of the people who have helped me has been a very great help. I couldn't have done it without you. Now I have a week, and I managed to get a room with a kitchen, which is a yay, because some of the cheaper rooms I was looking at didn't have access to a kitchen, and I was just like, how am I gonna eat? But I was able to get a room with a kitchen, though there is one downside. The room I got doesn't quite have a curfew as much as it has a quiet time where everything has to be quiet at 10 p.m. Like from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. are the quiet hours at the house that I'm going to be staying at. And like that's what you get. That's what I get for getting an Airbnb instead of a hotel, but it was vastly cheaper than hotels. And that's just the situation. It was vastly cheaper than getting a hotel. And now I'm going to be taking my laptop with me, so I'll still be on social media. I'll still be able to interact and do some things, but I won't be able to stream. Because with that quiet time, that means that, like they said, like if you're on the phone, keep your voice down. Yeah. Hey, Okusen. Yeah, it's like it just is what it is. Like they're like it's like after 10 p.m. Keep your voice down if you're on the phone. Don't take a shower after 10 p.m. and don't use the kitchen after 10 p.m. They're like, you can go in the kitchen to get snacks, but you can't start cooking. And so it's just a whole thing. I do feel uh I do feel kind of funny because the last time I used Airbnb, right? I was at a very, very different place in my life. It was 4 years ago was the last time I used Airbnb. And at the time, I was an Uber driver. I also was working as a personal assistant, and I had a completely different, everything, right? My hair looked different. Everything looked different. And in this thing, because all of this emergency stuff happened and everything just got super intense really, really fast, and all that stuff started piling up that I can't really talk about, I was scrambling to find a place to stay. So I just had to re-download Airbnb and reactivate my account. And I went through all that, but I never updated my profile. And it wasn't till today when I was flipping through the stuff on Airbnb, and I was my Airbnb still had my old email address on it, which I have access to, but I wanted to migrate it to my current email address. So I was on the profile looking at migrating my email address on Airbnb from my old one to my current one. And then I saw the profile, And in the profile, it has an old picture of me, and it still describes me as being an Uber driver and a personal assistant. And so I updated it to be like, yeah, I'm disabled, but I'll do what I can to help. I'm always, trying to make the world a better place, and blah 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 blah. I don't think I went into the better place stuff. I don't want to go into too much philosophical stuff, but like, um, and there was part of me that's just like, I really, really hope, um, that this guy doesn't like see that my profile change and then be like, you tricked me or something silly, because like I'm just renting a room, you know. Um. So anyway, that was funny. Um. But yeah, thank you to everyone who donated, who made things possible. So that way I have a place to go. And there was a huge outpouring of love and care. I won't be streaming next week. Yeah, they have that's one of the things with like when you deal with Airbnbs a lot, is that like they'll have these weird rules or quirks and stuff. And the thing is, none of it's protected, none of it's regulated, because it's all this like decentralization shenaniganry that just is trying to undermine all forms of regulation and consumer protection in exchange for making more profit for certain people. Um and that is the gig economy. But we could go into that for hours. But um and I won't be able to stream. I should get back sometime around noonish the following Monday, so I should still be able to stream that night. Uh I should just be missing next week Monday and next week Friday streams. I'm going to be also missing a lot of like game nights and stuff, and a lot of like my normal stuff that I do is going to be uh, just like having to cancel or reschedule, and everything is going to be on its head for a week. Um, and yeah, uh, that's where we're at. Um, and uh it's funny, the uh the whole thing about the curfew and the rules and stuff, like that I didn't see until I paid for the room, right? There was this whole long thing with like room rules and stuff that had like the password for the Wi-Fi and all this stuff that it just like doesn't show you until after you rent the room. And the whole thing with like quiet time after 10 p.m. didn't show up until after I'd rented the room. And I'm like, you know what? If I'd known that quiet time thing was going to be in effect for after 10 p.m., I might have looked into a different room. Just because that's going to be really frustrating to deal with. Because I'm a night owl. But we'll see. We'll see if I can walk under the sunlight for a week. Or just keep myself really quiet. It's things like this that also remind me. Yeah, Pusha, capitalism in a nutshell. Yeah. Um, but yeah, it's things like this that like remind me about like so many things about my life. I have so many fears. For a while, I was getting lost in my head with all the stuff with my upcoming Social Security hearing and dealing with all of that. And I thought I had all of that stuff dealt with getting my papers shipped off in the mail, getting the new insurance card situated for my health insurance, and getting all the addresses updated. And yeah, Uh they do already have my money, and there's a no refund policy on this room. Uh so like if I cancel, there's no refund. I think if uh if the person if the person who's renting the room to me does something silly, I think I can get my money back. But like I can't cancel and get my money back. Um and it was funny, they were like, "Do you want to spend $25 to get like room protection, right?" And I'm like, "Oh, let me see what this is," right? And uh it was $25 I didn't have at the time when I was making the thing, right? And uh then so I would have had to ask somebody for the extra $25. Um, but then I looked at it, and it only gives a refund if you get that $25 thing if you can show an itinerary proving you missed your flight. And I'm like, what? It had like some other things if there was like inclement weather or whatever, but or something just to say that you couldn't make it. Um, but I was like, that's a little bit silly. It did not offer the protections I was really looking for. Um, but yeah, so yeah, so obviously I didn't get it. But I got the room. I didn't get the $25 like renter protection stuff. Excuse me. So yeah, yeah. That's well, it's you have to buy it as you're buying the thing if you want to be able to be eligible for a refund. Um, but it's only under specific circumstances. Um, and it's like not to get into all the specifics about stuff, but like hotel rooms were pushing like uh $50 a night and no guarantee of a kitchen, right? Um, and Airbnbs were like $30 to $40 a night. And that little bit adds up when you're getting an entire week's worth of nights. Uh, and it didn't help that like I was trying to involve like as few people in my IRL situation as possible because I didn't want to spread around too much information about what was going on. I probably have already said too much to some of the wrong people, and I don't want to make things worse. Um, but uh, yeah, that's a whole thing. But so yeah, I realize we've been without the music and super serious time for a little while. Um, but yeah, so the long and short of it is, no stream next month on Monday, no stream on next week Friday. Um, next stream right now is planned to be uh the Monday after that. Yes, exactly, Pusha. Exactly, Pusha. Um, mhm. Yeah, And it's a thing where, like, the person put in the description after I like already paid for the room and they gave the full description or whatever of the room, that like apparently the room, the person, it's like a whatchamacallit, investment property that they're like fixing up or whatever, and they're renting the rooms. It was really funny because the person's like, oh, I listed this room well below market value because I just need to get money coming in to help with covering the mortgage and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, this is Airbnb. There is no market value. But, yeah. So that happened. And let's get back to our regularly scheduled program. Yeah, market value is always something silly. Okay. Got the music popping again. But yeah, that was my week. I dealt with a bunch of adult stuff. I might, depending on how my computer performs, because that's another thing. I need to get my laptop, like, because I have a gaming laptop that I used to stream on before I got my current computer, but I need to get like the keyboard replaced and like get it repasted and get an SSD instead of the hard disk drive. For every market, a sub-market grows. Exactly, Silva. And I need to get all this stuff done to my laptop. And like, it's just never in the cards to get done because like I have so many other things to deal with. And so now I'm in the situation where I need my laptop to be functional. And I'm going to be reliant on it for a week. I'm just hoping it doesn't like poop itself on me. Yeah, some people have talked about how like in places like LA and other big cities, um, Airbnbs can become so toxic with so many extensive rules and not even saving that much money uh compared to a hotel, that like it just becomes not worth it for all the stuff. But it just is what it is, you know? All right. But it's the same thing. Like Airbnb is trying to do the same thing Uber and Lyft have done to the taxi industry. Yeah. Like it's this whole thing where that sounds like something on an anime, Nabiru. Like the last time I got an Airbnb, it was really simple. They just gave me a code. I showed up, I checked in. There was a little bit of awkwardness because like the battery died on the electric lock on my room door while I was there, and I got like locked out of my room one night. Um and there was just like, it was just like a mess. Um yeah, I think so, Jesus. I think so. That sounds like a horror movie. crime show episode. I don't know, Nabiru. That would be really weird. The one thing is the person I rented from of this Airbnb is like a reputable person on their Airbnb website or whatever. Barbarian Airbnb horror movie? Now, Pusha. Let's try to be the good we want to see in the world. Air, Bed, Bath, and Beyond. Air, B, and B. Psychological torture is never okay, Pusha. The time for self-healing is over. It's time for others harming. Oh no. So there was a funny thing. So I was out running errands all day today, doing like grocery shopping and picking up stuff and like trying to like get what I can to be ready for the week. You know that you're insane? Oh goodness, the chaos. The chaos begins, Pusha. By choosing violins. Gonna blare violins in the background of the room. Try to make me insane. I would be like, oh, I got my own AI system talking to me now. I read about these. I could become an OP pro tag. Oh, speaking of pro tags, I know this is a weird tangent. That's a weird transition. But so I went for a walk the other day, right? Because I was trying to like clear my head, and it was really funny. I went for the walk. And I was like feeling okay from the walk, but because I went for the walk in the morning, right after I'd eaten breakfast, because I'm like, I want to go for a walk before it gets too hot, and also I want to go for a walk early because it's getting dark really early, right? I left right after I ate breakfast to go for my walk a couple days ago. But I forgot to take my morning meds before I left. And then I came home and I was sore and I was tired from like going for my walk. And like, cause like kills and all that stuff. And I just was really out of it all day. And it wasn't till that night when I went to take my nighttime meds that I saw my daytime meds were still in my pill bottle, because I separate my pills by the day, right? And I was like, oh, okay. But anyway, while I was walking, I was thinking about something. I was remembering something from my past. There was this thing that I had read about online, right? That my friend had told me about, and I'd read a little bit about online. about I think that they're called local heroes, which is a thing in Japan where like different regions and prefectures will have like a person who like essentially is like a common writer, right? But will like put on stunt shows for the people in that town, or give them, or be like a spokesperson to like teach important lessons to the kids, or like and do like cool Pusha, I think you need to take a deep breath there, Pusha. And so a local hero is someone who like puts on shows for the kids and is like entertaining for the community, and they're usually dressed in some kind of like foam armor or whatever, looking like a Kamen Rider or a Power Ranger, Super Sentai kind of look. And as soon as I saw somebody show me that kind of stuff, right, and I read more about it, right, there was part of me that like really wanted to do that, right? There was a point in my life when I was doing stunt shows for like Star Wars and stuff, and I was like, I would love to be a local hero. One of my friends, when I was talking to about this, was like, you could totally do that. I'm sure you could figure out a way to do that. But I'm like, short of like moving to Japan and training in stunt work, there's not really a way I could do that here in like the States. I don't even know how common it is in Japan. I've just read about it and seen videos of people doing things like that, right? And it's kind of like being a mascot, right? And I'm like, there's not really the same kind of culture for that kind of thing here in the US, right? And when I was walking yesterday, I remembered that, right? Because I was thinking about what I want to do with my life. What do I want to be? What I want to do? And I remembered that a conversation where I talked about wanting to be something like a local hero one day. And then it occurred to me, like, I kind of do that as a VTuber. I don't really put on stunt shows, but I work to entertain. I have lore, I have armor, I have a look. I use a virtual avatar instead of my physical body. And while I'm not necessarily aimed at children as much as I'm aimed at like communities, I don't know, it was just kind of this moment where like I thought about this thing that I wanted to be doing with my life. And hello, LeMay. Not as much. I used to. But did I pronounce that right, LeMay? But welcome in. But I realized to a certain extent when it comes to like entertaining, having lore, putting on some kind of a show for people, and providing entertaining and enriching, what I hope is enriching content, to a certain extent I do that with my VTubing. And I guess the equivalent of like doing like volunteering stuff would be like doing like charity streams and stuff, which I might look into doing in the future. Like now that you mentioned it, that's something I could look into doing, because like the equivalent of that as a VTuber would be doing like charity streams to like raise money for different charitable organizations. With that is a thing that people do. Let me put that on my notes actually. Boop doop 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 doop. You miss it, Jesus? But yeah, I don't know. It was just a moment where I don't know, thinking about this like goal that I thought was impossible, and then like I had set that goal, right, way back before, like years ago, before when I was still just a regular flesh tuber, a regular face cam streamer, and I don't know, it was a realization that somewhere in the middle, even though I hadn't really been intending for it to go that way, I'd kind of wandered into the thing a form of the thing that I wanted to do. Oh my gosh, that is quite that sounds like a great memory, Noel Main. And like I used to be really active in like community stuff and helping out with like handing out food for food drives and doing some more charitable stuff. Like the closest I get to that now is like signal boosting mutual aid posts and sharing uplifting stories where I can find them. But it's not exactly the same thing. But I don't know. It just felt good to like feel like I'm in a place doing a thing that I wanted to do, or at least a form of a thing that I wanted to do a long time ago, and realized I wandered into it on my own. Like, full disclosure, like this might be breaking kayfabe a little bit, but we play hard and loose with kayfabe around here. When I started VTubing, right, because I had been a regular YouTuber, you could still find videos, and there are still clips of me with my doing League of Legends streams or Minecraft streams or Warframe streams with just my regular face out there. And I started doing VTubing because I was interested in it. I learned about it, and I thought it was really cool, and I downloaded Vroid Studio, and I was like, let me see if I can do something. My first model was terrible. My first model was absolutely terrible. And it arose because, believe it or not, there was this famous League of Legends player who has a similar like skin tone and facial structure to me. I think he's retired from League of Legends, but I know he still streams. Oh no, I think he's retired from the pro scene, but I know he still streams. And like, I got into League of Legends because somebody mistook me for him one day. And I was like, whoa, I didn't know that like people who looked like me did professional gaming. I thought it was mostly a kind of like Asian thing. Or like, I hadn't really seen someone who looked like me in that kind of a role. And that was what really got me into League of Legends, was like, I could do this. I don't know, it's kind of silly, but like, and then I picked up League of Legends and I did it for a while, and I wanted to become a content creator, and that whole thing went off. But what started to happen was people started watching me because they called me great value and then that guy, right? That's fair. I guess I was never big in the fighting game community, Jesus. Um my bro was, well, someone I used to call my bro, used to be really into fighting games. But I guess when I think of like pro gamers, I think of like Dota and League of Legends. But I should, I don't know. The fighting game community just feels like its own thing, because it feels like it's its own animal. But you're right. That says more about me than it does about the community. Um, and uh but yeah, I realized that like so much of the attention I was getting was people comparing me to this pro player because we played the same role in League. Um, he was obviously vastly better than I was. Um, and um, I kind of felt like I had to do something. I didn't want to keep showing my face. I didn't want to keep being compared to that pro player, and that was one of the driving forces for me to move to having a virtual avatar, to being a VTuber. And then over time it has just kind of grown and expanded into developing my lore, developing my content, figuring out what I want to do, expanding, and just becoming so very much more than it was when I started. Um, but yeah, that's just a little funny thing about my backstory. Um, the whole thing with uh uh why I became a VTuber originally. The main VTuber that like inspired me to try VTubing was Sapphire. Um, she's this great VTuber who does like instructional content about how to be a VTuber, and she has like tons of tutorials and stuff. And she's actually the one where I got the idea for these kinds of streams, these creative streams, where she does it mostly with art because she's an artist with like yes, that is very true, Naberu. Um, Sapphire does these creative streams where she's drawing for the time or like doing some form of digital art. And then I just thought, can I do that with writing? That same kind of thing where I encourage people to go do their stuff. One thing I should do that I see her do is she has like a thing on her, a specific channel on her Discord where people can share what they're working on during the stream, so that way I could like show it off on stream what people are doing, which is one thing I've considered doing. But I don't know, I kind of want it to be my own thing. But my best friend at high school became a VTuber, but I somehow missed it was a big thing. Hey, it's never too late, Jesus. It's never too late. Anyway, speaking of being too late, let's see if we can get to actually writing this story. Last on Monday, we outlined like the first half to 2/3 of the story. But we didn't get to any writing, didn't get any actual words in the story down. So let me open. Where is this? Oh, that's not the one I want. Um, where did I do this? I had a thing where I had the weapon types all listed out. Here we go. Machines are always the most expensive, most powerful parts of weapons. It reflects their individual ideals. The answer to Emperor works for Congress of elected officials. Results with power and can veto all the things Congress does. They're all about defending their individual rights. Laser sword, laser spear, hyperparticle cannon with 5 shots. Standard particle rifle, 100 shots. Okay. Laser blade is strong. Particle weapon stores super dense particle in tiny cartridges and accelerate it to form a hyper deadly beam. Particle weapons have ridiculous destructive power, and hyperparticle cannons can hit a target from literally miles away with unbelievable destructive force. Okay. Okay. Cool. I got what I needed. Whoop. So what I found was one of my notes from one of the previous stories, which is kind of the thing with this like food mech universe, that every story I do builds on one of the previous stories, and it builds on the world, and this world has slowly grown to become its own thing as I define things in lore as I go about, and I can use that lore as jumping off points and guidelines for each of the individual stories. So the beefsteaks is the mech that these pilots are going to be, the mechs these pilots are going to be going for. They've got laser sword, laser spear, hyperparticle cannon, and standard particle rifle. But the hyperparticle cannon only has 5 shots because it only has a limited ammunition store. And the standard particle rifle has 100 shots, but it does a lot less damage and has a lot shorter range. Okay. Cool. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's get rolling. So we start in the action. I want to start in the middle of a fight in which the 2 beefsteak pilots are trying to guide the chicken tender, which is the kaiju that they're guiding, to fight the enemy and take a base. But the monster starts going wild and starts going out of control and starts causing collateral damage, taking down some of their own foot soldiers, and it's a problem. Okay. For my particle rifle. Massive. This is a short story, LeMay. So on Monday I did a outline, or not really an outline. It was more of a brainstorming session where I was getting the ideas of what I was gonna do, and then I didn't get around to actually writing it. So this is going to be a short story that I'm aiming for between like I'm shooting for around 2,000 words. It might come up a little bit under, but this is just going to be a very short story. I've done for these writing exercises, I normally tend to do like short, somewhat self-contained stories in the same universe. At some point, I may string them all together to actually make a light novel or a book set in this universe. But at this point, it's just to practice writing different types of scenes and writing different types of stories. And this, I created this universe specifically to create different situations to give me create different situations to give me ways to practice writing different types of scenes. Well, I mean, it's just so much I can do within like the 2 to 3 hours that I'm going to spend writing tonight. But yeah, so it helps. So one of the things when I was trying to like practice writing the things that I feel like I'm not super strong on was that I didn't have a world. I needed a setting to write these scenes in order to just get in the zone. So I just created this one setting. And then I've just added on to it and expanded it as I've done these writing exercises in order to just give me this setting that I can take and I can play with and I can use for these individual little stories. Okay. The golden fur. Let's go. Okay, let's do. Okay. Chicken let out a slight squawk. Then we go internally. What did I call it? I had... I misspelled that. Dissipating. Okay, and the partner is Benita Mac. Okay. Benita's my partner. So the what I want to introduce here is this thing that I kind of hinted at in the past stories, but I want to explore it a little bit here, right? This idea that in the Meat Empire, right, they for the pilots, they're lifted up as heroes, and the pilots are from when they turn 18 and are registered as adults, they are assigned a partner to be a battle couple where they cover each other's backs and they fight together as equals. on the front lines, but they're like indoctrinated to love and care for each other and to fight even harder for each other because they see each person as more an extension to themselves than as an individual person. I don't want to just say I see her as more of an extension of me than I do. So this is one of the things I wanted to practice, which is the show don't tell. The tell is Jerry sees Benita more as an extension of himself than he sees her as an individual person. But I don't want to just say that, so I have to think about how I can show that. The glory of the meat empire, which I think that does that well, where he just says her needs are my needs are her needs. We fight for each other and for the glory of the meat empire. And this is the other thing about doing these as short stories. Is I can introduce concepts and I can do the introduction. This is the first chapter I'm doing from the perspective of the meat empire instead of the veggie republic. One other thing, LeMay, with this story, the names are ridiculous, but it is always played straight. It is played like the most serious thing in the world, even though the names are absolutely ridiculous. It's kind of part of the joke. Hello, Charleafs. Yes, I'm going full ham. I think the part where he clearly doesn't consider her motivations, only assuming that the same as his own, is in a non-serious scene to set up. That could be good. That could be good, Jesus. Hey, Charleafs, I'm writing a short story. What? Oh, I'm writing a short story set in a little universe that I came up with called I call the Food Mech universe. Yes. I like to do these short stories to practice writing different types of scenes and different types of characters and encounters, and I have one unified universe in which all of these short stories and these practice writing exercises take place in. No. They are regular mechs, but everything's named after food. I couldn't think of a better descriptor for it. Curved at the right moment, boomerang. So like the primary war on this planet is between the Meat Empire and the Veggie Republic. Oh, somebody. Oh, you did a hydrate and a posture check. Okay. Posture check. Hydrate. All right. Hydrate and posture check. So the primary conflict on this world is between these two nations, the Veggie Republic and the Meat Empire. And up until this point, all the stories I've told have been from the perspective of the Veggie Republic. This is the first short story I've done that's going to be taking place from the perspective of the Meat Empire. And they're like very ideologically opposed to each other, but at the end of the day, both nations are corrupt and being manipulated by the rich and powerful. Just the forms and the specifics of that manipulation take different forms in each country, as do the consequences. All right. So I think the introduction is kind of important. How does someone from the Meat Empire introduce the Meat Empire? Okay, let me move this over here. All right, okay. Oh, because... All right. Our freedoms and our culture. So the thing is, the Meat Empire is an empire. It does empire things, like expand and take from other cultures to add to itself, while also enforcing its own culture and its own freedom on any cultures that it colonizes. All we needed was land to live on. Okay. prided ourselves on our proportional responses. Okay, so we have that first paragraph where, actually, let me make a note of the thing you suggested, Jesus. Of Ooh, I like that. I just scrolled back up and read your suggestion, where he clearly doesn't consider her motivations, only assuming they're the same as his own. In a non-serious scene setup, he's ordering the most healthy food option for both of them, despite her mentioning she craved something specific. Ooh, I like that. I'm gonna make a note of that, Jesus. That's a good idea. Also, Charleafs, I hope I pronounced that right. If you're wondering, gonna grab my light novel to write along the stream, hey, go for it, Noel, man. I encourage everyone to grab projects. These are creativity streams. Grab things that you want to work on. Listen to, like, chill to the lo-fi music. Enjoy the creative vibes. Work on your own projects and tell me more about what you're working on in the chat while I tell you what I'm working on, and we can all encourage each other as we work to create cool things together. Where did I put this in my notes? With a partner. Their needs. And watch just. Okay. I'm writing up my adventure module, going to post about it in your Discord server if that's cool. Hey, that's great. If you want to post in the, I think you can make on the Discord server, Jesus. Let me pop this open. In the TTRPG discussion, you can create you should be able to create a new post. And then you can put a tag on it. I have a tag for perfect draw if it's a perfect draw module. I don't know if you're doing a perfect draw module or what you're doing. But if you want me to add any tags so you can put stuff, just let me know and I'll add tags to it after the stream. Just to help with keeping stuff organized. All right. Also, Charleaf, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, so if you see me responding to people, but you don't see who I'm responding to, I'm probably responding to the YouTube. The YouTube chat is on the other side of the screen from the Twitch chat, so I have the two different chats on two different sides of the screen. So if you hear me responding to someone and you don't see who I'm responding to, that's who I'm responding to. You're doing perfect draw? Nice. Okay. Then Olin refused, made a public statement denouncing us as... So here is the thing. I don't know if I'm putting this in the wrong spot, though. I feel like... I'm doing this whole thing where we're introducing Benita, right? Because we introduced this character, Benita. Hold on. My partner. I'm Jerry, and that was Benita. That is... Benita, my partner. We're a battle couple and a signed pair put together from when we both turned 18. Her needs are my needs, and my needs are her needs. We fight for each other and for the glory of the Meat Empire. We are a powerful empire. Okay, I think that leads into itself. But this was a different thing entirely. We reached out to negotiate buying some land from... All right. My main goal is to make Gridmon playable in Perfect Draw. Ooh, that's exciting, Jesus. That's really exciting. I think you could do that with some of the stuff with Perfect Draw. I think using the card creation, you could totally make a Gridmon thing with Perfect Draw. If you make the yeah, I think that's totally doable. That would be really cool, Jesus. New main, okay, I got a strong hook at the first chapter. Start with a battle scene, a war zone, getting the setting in a nutshell for the reader to grasp the situation, plus introduce the main team. Nice, Noel main. Okay. I figured out how to do it. It's a bit more complex to make your cards, which is unfortunate, but hopefully will be cool. Listen, as long as the complexity goes somewhere interesting and adds something to the game. Like, Perfect Draw has a lot of complexity in the card creation, but it has enough restrictions that, like, things can work out pretty smoothly. Like, in some games, there's just a lot of complexity, and it doesn't always feel like there's a big payoff. Like, one of my friends was telling me about their frustration with Mutants and Masterminds 3rd edition was that, like, there's all this complexity in character creation. There's all these steps in complexity in character creation, but it doesn't always feel like there's a payoff in the playing. rolls cards can take since I united warrior attacks from okay. Oh, so you have so do they have two strengths? Like they could be strong attack, but only be like weak defense? Oh, that's so cool. Or like weak defense but strong attack. I mean, or weak attack but strong defense. Okay. All right. Do you have a balancing factor to be like an amount of EP or stuff? Like how do you determine how much EP a card will have with attack and defense being separated like that? Because normally, like, it's the EP is like a determination of how strong of effects you can have. Do you just choose the lower of the two or the higher of the two? How do you do that? How do you determine the amount of EP? There's a keyword for if your defense is different that costs or gives EP back. Oh, nice. Making it a keyword kind of still has it tied together, which should keep things relatively balanced. That's good. So the default is still having them equal, but if you have that keyword, it uncouples them. And I'm presuming if it makes it weaker, you get like counts as like weaknesses or gives you back EP essentially. Or if it's like if your defense is stronger, it probably adds a different cost and makes it more expensive or something, which makes sense. All right. What did I say these? What color did I say these things were? Ba 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 ba. I think I said. I think I said that these are red. Okay. Yeah, that's the idea. It's balanced around attacking because you usually want your dude attacking. We could talk about it later. Focus on your story. Okay. I'm currently at chapter 2, setting up the structure of the world, but I'm being purposely vague about certain things so I don't info dump, and also adds to the mystery, also building up the main character. Yeah, I info dump. Like I just wrote an info dump. Which is one of the things that it's kind of a thing that happens sometimes in sci-fi where you want to like get the viewer caught up on the world and what's happening, so that way you info dump once, so that way you can describe things quick and quieter later. I try to like explain the main situation, but give small bites of information so it doesn't overwhelm the reader. Yeah, that's what I'm worried I'm doing here. Is I'm worried I'm overwhelming the reader with too much information. Yeah, I think I'm gonna break this up because this is too much information. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Red Mac moves with my thoughts and actions, flitting through the sky around the golden chicken's head. Okay. Flitting through the sky around the golden chicken's head. Okay, my machine was easily at least a couple stories tall, but was still only the size of this beast's head. The Veggie Republic. Okay. Alrighty. This drags on too long. Got a few good ones to continue. Eliza stares coldly at the machine's corpse. I don't know what goes through her head. We have been working for only 1 month, yet I know little about her. Ooh, it sounds like a lot of tension you're building there, Noel Main. It explains the thoughts of the main character without spelling it out. Yes. We are a powerful empire that prides ourselves on our military might and our advanced technology. Okay. But sometimes we had to get a little rough. Nothing too excessive. There we go. That's a lot shorter. We're a powerful empire that prides ourselves on our military might and advanced technology. For freedoms no other country can provide. The only thing that we don't have is a lot of land. Because of our lack of land, we've expanded across the globe and made colonies in some. Land in other nations. Most of the times nations happily accepted us, but sometimes we had to get a little rough, nothing too excessive. We prided ourselves on our proportional responses, but this was a different thing entirely when we reached out to negotiate. Alright, blah, 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 blah. Sanctions on us for daring. Nothing too rough. Yep, just unalive the group, but it was a quick campaign. So what I want to set up here, the points that I wanted to maintain, right, is that normally, like, it's not even a fight. People just accept them. If they have to fight for stuff, it's normally not too bad. But this was an entirely different animal. Because the Veggie Republic didn't just deny them. The Veggie Republic called on the other nations of the world to put sanctions on them and to like make things harder for them. Let's stand. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. What did I say about the chicken tender? Me, Empire. Did I say anything about the chicken tender? Thought I said it like it breathes fire or something. Fire streams of plasma from its beak. Okay. Yes, it shoots streams of plasma. The scene also sets up the backstory that will be revealed later about the evil mechs and the beef with humans. Gaia Union. Nice. You did call it the Dino Nuggy. I remember that, Jesus. Building your Gridmon deck is easier than building your Rogue playbook deck. Oh no. Alright, Jesus, no problem. All the Tempe. Hmm. Proteins and normally. Alright. So tans. Benita and I can handle on our own just fine, but the other one was tearing through our ranks. Called proteins, and they normally are our trump card. The energy weapons on my mech, a beefsteak, can cook through. Entire formations of conventional tanks and other combat vehicles. The Tempe, that was a problem. Problem, persistent advanced energy weapons and... Okay. Alright. We're still in the combat phase, and how many words are we up to so far? Only 600 words. Okay. I'll probably cut to the end of the battle. Hold on, my control stick's hard. Okay. Okay. One good thing about... Okay. That was not the button I wanted. Already roar. After our arrival in Liberation Post, we could only see this ruined old city below the great facility. Even with the Serena on our side, we will need many other people to manage this place. Ooh, nice. You're setting up the desperation. At least I think that's what you're setting up. Noel Main. A stream of blazing plasma gushed out of the chicken tender's open beak, setting the sky on fire. Yeah, it furthers the plot. Since the main team is no longer home, they're sent to a base and are basically desperate to find a way to protect themselves from enemy attacks. Nice. All right. Bathing it in more plasma. Okay, so now he's feeling triumphant because they claimed more land. There was heavy costs, but now so that was the fight scene, and that fight scene was not my best fight scene. There was a lot of exposition in the middle there, and everything just kind of served to like introduce more things. Okay, so now this is where the story actually starts. This is where the story actually starts here. That was the intro. Okay, so here is where this starts to unfold, right? Jerry is expecting to be celebrated as a hero for another successful mission, because normally the Meat Empire pilots are celebrated as heroes. But ever since the Meat Empire started employing these kaijus, they started suffering more friendly fire losses, and morale was beginning to drop as people began to wonder why they needed these kaiju, why they couldn't just make better mechs to fight the Tempeis. The House of Cards that is the social structure of the Meat Empire is starting to buckle. Mm-hmm. We might run late tonight, seeing as I'm not going to be streaming next week, so I might run late just to finish this story or to get to a good stopping point. Huh. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, so now we have this where it's setting it up, and then now is where the inciting incident takes off. All of that was the action sequence, which was the introduction. Hey, Zeus. Yeah, we've kind of moved on to Act Two. We're actually getting to the story. Uh, we had the action sequence in the beginning, which was just a way to throw out the introduction, to introduce the reader to the world. Because I keep all of these stories kind of self-contained unless they're like directly a sequel to another one of the other stories. Um, and since this is the first story from the perspective of the Meat Empire, there was a lot of introduction that had to be done. So what we're seeing here is because the Meat Empire celebrates its pilots. The Meat Empire celebrates its pilots and celebrates all their successes, treats them like superstars and legends, right? Jerry is expecting all of this fanfare and to be rewarded. He succeeded. They claimed a new base. They claimed more land. And he's expecting to be rewarded for this, even though he isn't reading the room and seeing how morale is dropping because he's so lost in his own zone. Okay. That's a really big if you ask me. This is where it gets to the thing where, like, we introduce Muskrat. Yep. Must. Oh, it's supposed to be Mustrat, not Musk. Musty Rat. I forgot my own name. I forgot my own name. That's what happens when it's been a week. It's been a really rough week, so I can forgive myself for forgetting my own name. Well, not my own name, but the name that I came up with for this character. Musty Rat. All right. So this is another point where like the names are silly, but we're playing it straight. He is just saying, how dare you say that about Musty Rat? Number one armsman. And this is also the thing where the meat empire is a thing of a cult of personality. Um, for the people like Jerry who are drinking the Kool-Aid, right? It's very easy for them to kind of come to worship people with strong personalities and to worship these people without having any real regard for like the reality of the situation. Okay. Right. And that's one thing I like about this setting is that like it does the whole thing where like neither side is technically good, but I feel like it does it in a way that's not exactly grimdark. Because I'm not a big fan of the grimdark setting of like 40k and stuff. I feel like that just gets a little bit too edgy for my liking. Maybe it's just the silly names that I use for my setting. Ah. Hmm. Okay. Ultraman towards his throat, intending to choke his words out of his mouth. This is where the thing about Benita comes in, where he's like throwing himself, getting ready to like choke this mechanic who's like laying on the ground underneath him, because he dragged the mechanic out from underneath the tank, and Benita is going to reach over, intercept his hand as he's reaching for this guy's throat, twirl it around to like get him into a hold where like and grab his other arm and walk him out the door of the hangar, where like his legs are the only thing that's working because she's immobilized his arms and upper body. I'm gonna leave most of it kind of vague because I am not a martial arts expert, so I don't know what that hold would be. Joint locks. It is fun making cards in Perfect Draw. Ah. Okay. What in the world? My chat just... What in the world? One second. My chat window just froze on me. Hold on. Let me see if I can close it and reopen it. Why? And it's not letting me sign back in. Why is this happening mid-stream? Yes, Attack of the Scuff, Nabiru. Oh my gosh. We just got to the good part of the story, or at least to the part that I've planned out. Why? Hold on one second. I mean, it's only 11 o'clock. I normally go till 11:30. Let me see something. Okay. Why? Okay, so like the one thing, let me do so I'm connected to Restream through my I'm connected to Restream through, hold on, let me relog into Restream. Okay. Hello? That's not the button I wanted. That's not the button I wanted. That's that. So every time I click the thing to log back in, why is it like this right now? All right, we're going to improvise. Give me 1 second. I need to see if this works. Oh my gosh, why is it giving me a caption now? Oh my gosh, what? I think I'm gonna have to like... Oh my gosh. Because this happened before. Oh my gosh. Oh, now it's back. Can somebody say something in chat? I think it's back. I logged in and then I had to close it and reopen it or something. Gave you a capture because it saw the mech suit and wanted to make sure I'm human. Yeah. Alright, now I gotta get on my docs back because I had something? Okay, that works, Nabiru. Everything's working again. Okay. 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 And then grab Twitch activity feed, which goes right here. Okay. Back to where we were. Okay. I want to at least get this part done before we finish tonight. Oh my gosh. So, I'm in a basement, right? And one of my roommates said that like since I'm like underneath the stairs, she mentioned that like sometimes she'll come home from work and go to take off her shoes at the base of the stairs, and she'll still hear me talking and be like, "Oh, he's streaming." And that was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe people hear me." And then one of the other roommates was like, "Yeah, sometimes I can hear you through the steps." And I'm like, "Oh, it's cool. I'm learning things even though I'm not actually watching the stream." And I'm like, "I guess I'm educational." Anyway. Finished the second chapter with the main crew growing out to find the mechanic parts to their base. I finished setting up their team dynamics as well, so they have a good back and forth dialogue. Nice, Noel Main. Yes, Wonders of the Mecha Multiverse. Oh, you posted most of your notes in my Discord? Nice. I can't wait to read them, Jesus. I can't wait to read them. How did I word this? Uh, Mm-hmm. I'm about 9 pages in the story, and I'm very attached to the characters, from Elza being absolute sassy pyromaniac to Andrew, main character, being a good bean with some loose screws on the head. That's always nice. Main characters need to have at least a couple loose screws. That's the only way they put up with the insanity that we put them through. It's the only way they survive it. Okay. How exactly are you going to do that when no one has seen him actually do any research? All the records and files are locked up tight. You can't prove anything, and neither can they. You need to let this go. Hmm. Okay. I might run a little bit late because I lost time fighting with my chat box. Which is still really weird that it, like, logged me out, like, in the middle of the thing. It was really weird. Let me check something real quick. Oh, must have had an internet drop. Yeah, and I have quite the twist and turns plan. I'm starting chapter 3 just so I don't lose the flow. I know that feeling, Noel Main. Stream wasn't interrupted. I hope it's not a thing where like something like hacked my system and now they wanted to keylog me putting the password back in. Why is... Okay, so the restream is there on the top right. Okay, so there is the restream logo. Was there a delay? Yeah, it was really freaky. Is there a delay on my stream? Hold on. Okay, no. It was just because I had the window closed. I was like, wait a second, hold on. All right, let's get back to it. YouTube stream never went down? Yeah. That's really weird. Couldn't fathom that she was disagreeing. So this is the point where like you see that he doesn't see her. He doesn't understand that she can have her own opinion on something. Now we bring in his backstory. Things are not working perfectly fine. I think I use the first part of chapter 3 to flash back to the team's first meeting, since we start with them already operating for 1 month. That way we could see their current progress as a squad. Ooh, that's nice. So you can start in the action, but you could still have that character growth as part of the story. I like it. All right. All right. So this is the part that I have planned out till. Like right here, he goes storming off. Then something happens. We go like kind of spy movie, have him sneaking through the air ducts. And then he sees an alien talking with one of the researchers. I just don't know how I'm going to get there from here. Yes, Mission Impossible theme time. Exactly, Jesus. So this is where we get to the emphasis where he's starting to realize he doesn't see her as her own person. He sees her as an extension of himself. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Maybe she offers to get him something to help him calm down, but while she's gone, he realizes all he has to do is just sneak into the archives. Huh. That could work pretty good. I kind of like the idea of him just like he's running and he's expecting her to chase him down and grab him. He's running and he's expecting her to chase him. But she doesn't chase him. He doesn't know it, but she's trying to give him space to process this. Because she knows the truth, but she doesn't want to tell him the truth because she knows it'll destroy him. Maybe not destroy him, but it'll shatter his perceptions. Yeah. Excuse me. So I get an idea. Instead of the research paperwork, he's looking for the initial research paperwork, the paperwork that's like the proof of concept. Other researchers are, so he believes other researchers are refining Musty Rat's ideas, but that the ideas are originally Musty Rat's and that the core concept of them is that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In the past, I believe we were different, but the moment I met you three, I realized we're the same. I stated, you're wrong. Always cutting my words. Ooh, nice one, Noel Main. What would the research facility share a building with that he could get into with his pilot's credentials? Ooh, nice, Noel Main. Probably probably conference room. Fake it. If you just have an official badge, you look confident. Low-level people may not make eye contact and just let you pass by. Mm? Would not remember the names and face of all the high-level authorities unless they're brown. Yeah, it's true. This is so silly, going Mission Impossible, going into the air ducts. But it's going to be dusty in there. Ooh, I have an idea. We'll say that they have organic teleportation systems. So he's emerging from a teleportation thing. Okay, organic pulsing pod of some kind. Okay. Ah. Ah. I hadn't even thought about that. That's funny. Organic teleporters, but the mechs are named after food, but are normal metal mechs. Yes, what a twist. Also, for context, the main character is kind of naive and dumb at first. He's overly optimistic and too compassionate, which is portrayed as being bad at operations. Ooh. Um, Tele. Okay. So now we got crystals. Mhm. Based on a wolf. Okay. Do 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 do. Uh-huh. Okay. We're almost done here. So this is where all of the pieces are falling together. So Jerry is seeing all of this and overhearing all of this. This is essentially a cutscene. All right. Oh, Orange Mario '05. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. We're running a little bit late. Normally, I stop stream about 11:30 EST, but I really want to finish this story tonight. So I'm trying to get to the end of this story. It's running a little bit long. I think this dialogue in this part's gonna need to get cleaned up. I might edit it later. But welcome, 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 welcome. Now, ba ba ba. Hmm. All right. All right. So, okay. That man rubs my last nerve sometimes. Did I misspell buffoon? Buffoon. Yep, I misspelled buffoon. Aren't I the buffoon? What could they be giving the aliens in return for this tech? I hadn't thought this far ahead. Well, they need lots of land. Would it be ironic if what they're giving the aliens was like vegetables? Like Earth vegetables? Like, what if Earth vegetables are just so nutritious that they're valued throughout the galaxy? Because of our sun and the nutrients in our soil. Okay. This is where he's shaken. It'd be funny if he gets to the conference room and there's a conference going on. Okay, so he's saying he's sorry, got lost, exiting the room. Mm. Okay, I think that's going to be the end here. Table set up in the living room. Who did I say? I said her. She had a family member. So she had a relative. Okay. Everything's a lie. Okay. Bob. Oh, what? Who did what? Angels flying into chat. Coffee quills. Angels in Darkness, thank you for the raid. Hello. I am Oriansenshi. Thank you for the follow, Angel in Darkness. Writers and friends of writers looking for more writers. Coffee Quills, thank you for the follow. Welcome to... Hey, welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot to the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. I'm actually towards the end. Oh, hello, Dwop97. Yeah, so I was writing a short story tonight. I do a thing where, in order to practice writing different types of scenes and characters and scenarios, I created... If I need a writer to raid, you have names? All right, I'm probably going to ask you for one in a little bit because I'm almost done. I'm towards the end of this story. So, this story is... So I love writing. I love giant robots. And I love writing about giant robots. But I realized a while back that I didn't feel very... Coffee had to give a name to raid. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, I love mechs, I love giant robots, and I love stories about mechs. And I realized a while back that I didn't feel like I was very strong at writing action sequences. Oh. Well, I guess it's fortunate that I'm running late tonight. So I came up with this setting that I call the food mech universe, which is really funny because none of the mechs are actually made of food, but they're all named after foods. And it's just a setting that I use to write different scenarios and scenes in order to practice writing short stories that are just breaking down and attempting to write these different scenes. So I did a few action sequences. I've done some... I did a romance story. I've done a very dramatic scene that was like a lot of tension and build up. And this one was more of like, there was an action scene at the beginning, which was not my best writing. But it kind of moved into telling the story from a different perspective. So everything is kind of named after foods for the most part, or some kind of like a pun or a joke. But the thing is, all the names are silly. But the thing about this, the joke is that while all the names are silly, everybody says it all with a straight face, and it is played completely straight in this setting. So there is a war between the Meat Empire and the Veggie Republic. That are these two warring nations, and they use giant robots to fight. And up until this point, all of my stories have been in this world have been from the perspective of characters in the Veggie Republic, and exploring their ideology and all of the stuff that happens in their setting and their situation. And tonight I was writing my first story from the setting of the Meat Empire, to change it up, and it was kind of a there was a little bit of action, and there was a lot of dramatic interactions between two of the characters, and there was kind of a Mission Impossible style scene where one character is sneaking into a base, like through air ducts, and I know that's silly, but sometimes you just gotta embrace the silly. And is sneaking into the air ducts because this is gonna sound really silly, but that's just the nature of it. All of the Meat Empire technology was invented by this brilliant scientist known as Musty Rat, who runs this company called Cast Iron Skillet, and who is the founder and CEO. And he's developed all of this technology, but there's all these rumors that he bought the title of founder. There's all these rumors that he is paying people to say that he invented all these things, because all of his research is locked up tight. No one sees any of the actual initial research. Everybody signs NDAs. And one of the characters very much idolizes Musty Rat, and after a battle, when he hears some people complaining about one of the inventions, a giant kaiju that they were trying to control, going rogue and causing lots of damage, and how they just wish Musty Rat would do better, he flies into a rage and is like, his partner is like, listen, you can't keep doing that. And we just got to the end where he snuck in and he discovered that all of this technology that was attributed yeah it's funny, he's mentioned but he's not actually present, and that's part of the joke, is that like he's mentioned but he's not actually there doing anything. And then this guy sneaks in Mission Impossible style to try. He's like, I'm going to find all the initial research reports and show that Musty Rat's name is on the initial reports and no one else's name is on the initial research reports, to prove that he invented all this stuff. Dawn to Satan. Nice. And so while he's sneaking Mission Impossible style into this building, he comes upon a room where he discovers an alien stepping out of this organic teleportation pod and being met by not Musty Rat, just a random researcher. And they're discussing about what to do. He's giving them, the alien is giving them their next batch of tech, and they start talking about how annoying it is to work with Musty Rat, and how he just has to believe that he's designed everything. And they're talking about the possibility that in the future the aliens might have to get directly involved, because the Veggie Republic were able to reverse engineer the technology that they gave the Meat Empire, which means that they might become a threat. Hello, Tallulah channel. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. if they keep being able to reverse engineer the technology that these aliens are giving to the meat empire, they might be an actual threat. Oh, I'm glad you're loving the channel vibes. But they might actually be a threat to this alien empire. And so, shocked and broken and mentally broken, the character goes back to the place he shares with his partner, because he's in a battle couple. He has a government assigned mate that they fight together, and they each pilot their own mechs, and they're trained to care about each other as an extension of themselves. And he had this kind of argument with her where she's like, just let it go. You don't have to defend Musty Rat. And he was like, no, we owe it to Musty Rat. He is a national treasure. We owe it to him to defend his name and his honor. And he couldn't understand that, because he thinks of her as an extension of himself, but he doesn't think of her as her own person. And so the thought that she could disagree with him on something so fundamental was just terrifying to him. So he ran away, and he went to go sneak into the base. I'm glad you're enjoying the vibes. And so now we're getting to the part where he's just gotten back home. He's covered in dirt and sweat and tears because he was crying and he was emotionally broken because he got dirty and dusty while he was crawling through the air vents. Yes, defending the name of the rat. And he gets back to the living quarters that they share, and the lights are off. He turns the lights on, and he sees his partner, Benita. By the way, I told you all the names are pun. His name is Jerry. Her name is Benita, like Ben and Jerry. And he turns on the light, and he sees she's sitting in the living area with a table set up with all this food for him that she got from the mess hall in to-go containers. And he's like, oh, well, let me go wash up and we can eat, I guess. Because he doesn't know what to say. And then she just says, you saw one of them, didn't you? And then that freezes him as he realizes she's known about the aliens this whole time. And then she tells him that her uncle works for Cast Iron Skillet, CS, and has taken her into the labs before. And she knew she couldn't tell him because he so looked up to Musty Rat. Yeah. Of course. Well, at this point, he's more broken than angry, because the thought that she was could keep something like this from him. Yeah, misunderstandings are a staple. And the fact that she could keep all this from him is just like, he's already been broken so much, right? Yes, and for Mecha Stories, he's already been broken so much that now he's like, what do I even do? And he just starts crying. Because, like, not only does he know that, like, everything he believed in was a lie, but because of what he heard, he now knows that if the war continues in the direction that it's going, that the aliens might come and blow this entire thing wide open, which is an avenue I could explore in later stories. I think I will have him kind of react to her keeping this from him. Increased streaking. Yes, another fun straw. Yes. But what were you doing in your stream? Angel in Darkness? Sorry, I forgot to ask. What were you doing in your stream? Oh, what were you writing, Angel? And laughing your butt off? You broke Angel. Oh no, you broke Angel. Gutsy is a chaos cat. I have a few chaos cats myself. My YouTube crew is normally quite silly because I'm dual streaming right now on YouTube and Twitch. I was writing a fanfic because I wasn't in the mood to work on my nonfiction book. Oh, ad jail. Gutsy Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. Welcome aboard. I see you're all in ad jail. You're not. That's weird. Do you have turbo? Kyla Dragon, welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures. Shoot the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. I forgot my own motto for a second there. Cutsy Cat, Jake and Chase want to know if you're gonna keep calling them that. Who's Jake and Chase? Today I've had my vampire kill his gargoyle lover by taking a sledgehammer to the neck. Oh. Oh, wow. That's one way to go. Someone poured Blue Phoenix fee on him and they didn't have the resources to put it out. Today I'm a failed start attempt number 5. Jake and Chase are, well, kind of hard to explain. They're security, but also mine and my husband's partners. Okay. I get it. As much as I can. Ah, I see. Was Angel me and Chase me, Jake, from State Farm. I see. I've told Angel she should introduce the three of them that way. Okay. You see more than me. I don't know what's up with Prime. That's weird. What'd you say, Nabaru? Also, if you hear me responding to Nabaru, that's one of my viewers on YouTube. You'll see that I have the YouTube and the Twitch chat on opposite sides of the screen. Fighting food ons had Sentai and Mecha that were half food. I still think it's funny that you pointed out that there are mechs named after food that are like regular metal mechs, but the teleportation device is a fleshy pod. I just checked out to see if I could subscribe here and it doesn't pop up. Aww. Nabaru, Coffee Quills is waving at you, waving at the YouTube folks. Alright, gotta hydrate. Nabaru waves back. Yeah, I feel like there should be a way for you to see who your Prime sub to, is it? And then Nabaru hops on her Twitch account. I forgot you had both Twitch. All right. So this moment here is calling back to something that happened earlier, where like he's backing away and he's frozen, and she starts to reach towards him. And he remembers that she's an experienced martial artist. If she's going to try to grapple him, there's nothing he could do. Because that's a callback to earlier in the story where he was about to go ballistic on one of the mechanics, and she got him in a grapple and dragged him out of the hangar before he even knew what was going on. Except instead of like grappling him or doing something aggressive towards him, she pulls him into a hug. and rests his head on her shoulder. So it's kind of a fake out where like he's expecting to get grappled and dragged around, but she gives him kind of a loving embrace because she does actually care about him. All right. It's all that. Okay. So now he's just like, no, I'm getting your dress dirty. All right. Hey, thanks for coming, Angel in Darkness. It's great to see you. I'm glad you're here. One thing about my streams, I like to speak positivity into all of my viewers before they leave. And I normally do this at the end of stream where I say positive affirmations about everybody. But to you, Angel in Darkness, I will say that I think that you are a wonderful person. I think that you make this world a better place by living in it in your own unique way. I appreciate you, and I am grateful that you came to my stream, that you made my stream better, and I believe that you are valuable, worthy of love, and deserving of happiness and good things. I don't know if they heard that, but there you are. Mm-hmm. I think it helps for us to speak positivity into each other's lives. Oh, thank you, thank you. It's great to see you. Actually, let me make sure I'm following you. Can I follow straight from this? Angel in Darkness. Let me make sure I'm following you because I want to be able to see your streams so I can raid you in the future if I finish and you're still streaming. I'm not following you, so I am gonna follow you. And Coffee Quills. I'll follow you too. All right. Before I forget. All right. It's fine. Good night, Angel in Darkness. Oh, it's always great to meet new streamers. All right, cool, awesome. Alrighty, that happened. Whew. How many words was tonight? How many words did we get through tonight? 3,217. Not bad. For a little over 3-hour stream. What are we up to tonight? Oh, 4.5 hours. Holy cow. 4.5 hour stream. We did 3,200 some odd words and a little bit of editing. I think that came out pretty well. One of these days, I might actually sit down and duct tape all of these stories together to make actually, like, I don't know, maybe I don't know if it would be enough or cohesive enough to make a book or to do a novel. I might do something with this world for National Novel Writers Month, honestly. That's just around the corner. I could make a collection. Some of the stories are like sequels. Right now, every story I've written has followed in chronological order from the other ones, but they just don't all feature the same characters. Some of them do have overlaps of characters, so they're supposed to be read in order, but like, there's still, I try to still write them as much as I can independently. Like this one can be read, I think independently from all the other stories, but if you read it with the other stories, I think it'll bring it all together. Anyway. Ooh, all right. That came out pretty well. Alrighty, so thank you to everyone for coming. Thank you for the raids. AMV or quiz, all evil. I do mostly to bug friends. I don't upload enough to be consistent. Alrighty. So, let's say goodnight to everybody. Who do we have? We had Nabiru, we had Noel Man, we had Jesus Mendoza. We had Silva. I think I said Silva already. Hutsy Cat, Coffee Quills, Angel in Darkness, Dawap. If you need someone to raid, so I'll say, let me do my outro, and then once I get to the outro, I'll see if they're still streaming, and then we'll do the raid, okay, Coffee Quills? I say to all of you that I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that each one of you possesses a unique, one-of-a-kind potential to make this world a better place by living in it in your own unique way. I believe that each one of you is a truly special, one-of-a-kind treasure of a human being. I believe that you are valuable, worthy of love, and deserving of good things. I believe your hopes, cares, concerns, and fears are valid and worthy of notice. I believe that you are wonderful. Thank you for coming to this stream. Thank you for giving me your time, your attention, and your energy. Thank you for making not only my stream better, not only this world better, but also my community better by being here. And I value each and every one of you. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot to the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. One thing I do ask is if you're watching on YouTube to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting out to other people, and it lets me know what people are interested in, what people like more of. For those of you who don't know, I probably should have done this introduction earlier. I'm a variety streamer. I don't just do writing. I do video games. I do TTRPG stuff. I do a variety of things. And I'm just getting ready to take like a week off. I might do some guerrilla streams next week, but I'm not planning. I don't have any planned scheduled streams for next week. Normally I stream Monday and Friday, 8:30 p.m. EST to 11:30 p.m. EST. Yeah, there's a lot of chaos going on in my life, and I'm kind of not going to be home because it's not exactly a place that I can be for a week. So that's just a thing that's happening. Now, if you want to follow me on my socials, thank you, Coffee Quills. If you want to follow me on my socials, there are links to all my socials in the description on YouTube and in the About panel on the About page on Twitch. I welcome all of you to do so, and I value all of you. One thing I do ask is that if you have anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content or invite them to the next stream. Next stream right now is planned to be not this Monday, but the Monday after that is right now planned to be the next stream. That might change. I'll try to post things on Twitter and Blue Sky and Discord and Facebook and all of those places. So I will look forward to seeing all of you when I see you on Monday. And one last thing, you do not have to donate to be like welcome here. You don't have to give money to be a member of this community. I value each and every one of you, and I think that you are wonderful and truly unique individuals. With that said, I very much appreciate everyone who has donated and helped me with things in the past and made things possible for me, especially with the current crisis that happened in my life, and the people who have outpoured their love and concern and resources to help me keep a roof over my head. I appreciate everyone who's done that, and but with that said, if you ever feel motivated to donate to improve the stream, to improve my life, to help me out with any number of things, there are links where you can do that in the description below on YouTube and on the donate panel on Twitch. The donate panel on Twitch takes you to my Ko-fi, where you can either do a one-time donation or do monthly donations. I don't have rewards for the monthly donations yet. It's kind of just if you want to help me out with stuff, and I appreciate it all the same. I probably should put the PayPal donation thing up there too if people want to do that, but it's all part of the adventure. Now, with that said, let's see, who was that person you were suggesting? Let me see if they're still streaming. Emmett, Rose, Arendelle. Oh. Well, we've got some people. I want to do something. Cavalerius. All right, let's... You type too fast, Coffee Quills. Doing some ASMR. Horrible thing for a writer. I know exactly what you mean. Alright, let's start this raid. Be nice, everybody. I don't have a raid message, but I appreciate all of you. Clicky clacky noises. Nice. I'll be raiding in just a second. Mm-hmm.